Hello, everyone. I returned to you at the start of the weekend to just take it easy and stream a pretty cozy and far out game. That's right, we're taking another shot at Dreamwild and aiming for a successful run, which is easier said than done, given that it can be a pretty unforgiving and relentless experience. There's a lot of build up to before we can reach the end game, and when the end game comes, it's a matter of life and death. However, I do believe that during my off time I have learned a couple of helpful tricks that might help me achieve victory. A victory royale, one might say. Well, that would apply if we had more players than just me. But you get the idea. Even if this is a far cry from what I usually enjoy from video games with this sort of vibe, which is to say unusual, kooky, vaporwavy. I think it's a unique, interesting concept. Garfield jump scared me and fucked my wife. What's up, Snake Tamer? Nice to see you, bud. I'm glad to have you around. Honestly, whenever you disappear like that, for months on end, we're like, where's the legendary 4th European? We've actually turned that into a meme on the Discord at this point. Who is this man? Well, his identity fluctuates depending on who we have as the 4th horseman at the time. But usually the slot goes to you. Anyway, we're gonna start off here, immediately right in the fray, because I did have a bit of shmoney build up from my bank deposits in the game. And it might actually take me a while to get used to the movement scheme. Maybe not so much as when I was first learning the ropes. But I definitely need to readjust my reaction time. So yeah, we're just gonna demolish plenty of floating eyeballs, rock golems, and occasional weird flying birds, just to get these pink crystals, of which I need a hefty amount if I wanna become more powerful. And becoming powerful is kind of a prerequisite to actually getting somewhere. It is very much like Devil Daggers, if you're familiar with that game. However, as opposed to being like a pure arena fighter, you actually get a lot of background to explore, while the enemies keep coming your way. Also, the movement is very much like traditional old school FPS shimmying. So you're essentially meant to be just blazing through the arenas at high speeds if you want to survive. Otherwise, you risk getting absolutely demolished. Like I am just now. Yeah, the problem with these rock fellas is that they actually hit you for 2 hit points, which at the start, it's rough. It's a very common complaint I've seen about Dreamwild. It takes a little bit of time before you get to go places, because you're kind of forced to grind early on, so you can buy more health and a stronger weapon power up from the shop in the in-game hub. Yeah, dude, what's up, Ronan? Snake Tamer has made his glorious comeback and also has declared that he is indeed dabbling in fighting games again, which I very much look forward to. Speaking of those, that Samsho rollback has sure produced some interesting glitches. I mean, I appreciate Code Mystics for making a statement claiming that it was to be expected, and they're working on fine-tuning whatever nonsense is surfacing. But still, I think we probably want to wait a little bit until even maybe some hot fixes come out during this beta. The problem with engaging right now is there are common disconnection issues, and if you haven't really played the Samsho 7 online, it has that dumb feature where when you disconnect too many times, even if it's not your fault, you're gonna get penalized. So people have been getting shadow banned from the main network just because of, well, system issues. By the way, KOF 15 right now is a pretty decent price tag, the deluxe edition, so might finally get to scoop it. I've been holding out pretty long on modern KOF entries. I haven't even bothered with 14. 15, I was on the fence, but now it seems like a decent time to consider nabbing it. Yo, watch out there, fella. I don't wanna have those Goliaths land on me. If you get it, I might. What if I told you you are unironically the second Portuguese person I heard that from that today? Not to shit on you guys or anything, but I just find it ironic. But I'm the Portuguese numero uno. See, I don't want to put myself on blast because that fella was actually my tour guide in Portugal when I went on vacation to Lisbon. So if right now I say something he doesn't like hearing, I'm probably gonna get shadow banned from Portugal, period. Really, no shit. So I officially know 2 Portugueses who live in the heart of the country. Oh, whoa. Where did you come from? Regardless. These are probably most annoying early on, just because of projectiles. You kind of have to be willing to take risks early on if you want to get places. I wish there was a little easier means of in-between run progression, like you die then you don't necessarily lose everything and have to start afresh. Because even with the bank, then you have to like actively go out of your way to deposit these crystals. So one attempt can take well over an hour. If you want to take it nice and slow, which you probably should. Well, slow as in pace yourself, not slow as in move sloppily like I did. Dude, that end pass better be signed by Barack Obama and framed. Portugal's pretty base, not gonna lie. When I went there in November, dude, the weather was like early spring. Such a massive whiplash compared to the UK, where it was already balls cold and constantly raining. I mean, even if it rained during my stay in Lisbon, it was like more like a warm drizzle. But man, I gotta come back there sometime when it's full on summer. Apparently you got some great beach game going on. And I'm not gonna lie, I saw quite a few pretty women there, so getting to see them bikini clad, that's a jam. Maximilian, dude. Listen, he's got an Asian wife, not a dark-skinned one. We're talking potentially different kind of implications here. Hell yeah, dude. We are taking a pilgrimage to Fatima, and we are going to enjoy that couple of hour bus ride back and forth. What's funny is that my friend actually told me that if you go to Fatima, it's basically a small town with a massive church built around it due to the holiness of that place. So it's kind of like visiting a Christian recreational center. Look at how many these massive lads have already spawned in. Another issue with alien runs is that projectile you see me whipping at mobs, that's only from 5 hit points onwards. So if I go beyond the cap, I get to retain it. But the moment I even lose a nudge of health, yeah. I guess I don't want to keep running back and forth between the hub and the first zone. Like, I'd rather already hoard enough material to buy a dozen of upgrades. Possible. Woo. A fun little reminder about these eyeballs. They actually mimic your movement. So if you travel slow, they'll just float around you. But if you accelerate, they'll start to blaze around you like projectiles. So they can go from easy peasy to a possible death. Yikes. Oof. Yeah, you're not gonna really go on a tangent against some cute, innocent old ladies. Just going to pay their respects to the Big J. I did not hear very flattering things about Porto, though. Apparently that's where the rowdy crowd goes to spend their time. When you say security cameras, do you mean they keep their eyes peeled and monitor everything? There used to be a meme floating around about Western security levels versus Eastern Europe, and the Western had like all these fancy high-tech cameras, while the Eastern Europe image depicted like an old grandma just peeking from her balcony. Which I suppose, when growing up, is a very accurate image. Like when you were out with your friends, playing around on the block, occasionally you would spot an older lady seemingly just vibing on her balcony, but you know damn well she was patrolling her territory. The FBI ain't shit compared to Nana. Imagine what they could do with that kind of power if they decided to use it against you. There we go. That's some nice circuit strafing we wanna aim for. It's a little iffy against these horizontal, but if I get enough gubbins, which these crystals are officially called, the game lore should be able to recuperate my losses fairly easy. Give me one more. Thanks. Alright, we got 20. Oh boy. Fuck. I want to go to the hub. Balls. How does she know? And do you really want to inquire? That's the scary part, right? Do you really want to dive down that rabbit hole and uncover secrets that were best left buried deep, 6 feet under? I'm not gonna stress out too much about my target for tonight, which is to beat the game, because if I can't pull it off, I can't pull it off. Alternatively, we need to get to try out the other weapons, which apparently are a thing, and your clue are these platforms hovering over the different zones. This might be like most traditional roguelikes, where you're kind of expected to sink in a lot of time before you gain enough experience to be able to go places. But thing is, unlike, say, The Binding of Isaac, you don't really unlock any upgrades, nor really anything that could benefit you long term during a new run. So you're always kind of landing in square one after it's done. Whoa, shit. Oh, speaking of new weapons, maybe I'll be able to try one out. Let's see if I can land. I got this. Which killed me. God damn. I legitimately right-clicked, which is the alt fire, and this atrophied head just took my soul. Maybe it's an explosive, who knows? They have Sailor Mouse. I think my pal was referring more to the migrants, especially from former, shall we say, Portuguese colonies, which tend to bring the Latin America energy with them, so they can get a little, you know, too party happy. Dude, Snake Diamond, that's exactly the image I was referring to earlier. Hang on, let me just quickly nab it. Like, see, that lady on the upper left, that is 100% Central/Eastern Europe vibes. The scarf on her head just adds to the experience. Although nowadays you're more likely to see that in Russia, I guess, or only if you go to a smaller town in Poland. Because that's where, like, the very traditional elderly folk live these days. Like, they've pretty much taken the space left by younger people on the countryside who went to the cityscape looking for employment. Yo, what's up, Dine? How you doing, buddy? Still on that Revelator grind? At least it's not Strive. I love how they decide to huddle like that and attack me as one big eye colony. Wait. Might take a while until I get the run, or rather the prerequisite to what we would consider a good run. Exactly. Now see, if they had hands, then we could take it to the next level and call it hand-to-eye coordination. And whenever I'd be murdered by one of these fluorescent eyeballs, I could say, eyes got hands. I can do that on my own accord. let's go back to my tried and trusted strat, which is I look for the portal leading back to my safe recluse right over here, and I kind of just hang around it, farm the crystals, and run like hell to safety just so I can buy upgrades. Also, it's nice to know that the fountain located in the hub lets you recover health for free, because that's a pretty neat little feature we can abuse for fun and profit. It may not be very exciting, sure, but sometimes you gotta go for practical terms instead of the flashy route. But you gotta get into the game nevertheless. It is pretty vibrant on its own. The colors, Duke. The colors. Okay, two more, and then we can play it safe. Oh boy. Oh shit. Oh, I got locked on that mushroom. Yeah. Sadly, that's the way the cookie crumbles. It is not an easy game, that's for sure. I don't blame anyone who would drop it at this point. And not gonna lie, when I first started out, the entry point did feel incredibly overwhelming, especially if you don't know how to move. When you know very little about the game period and the way it ticks, which is also amplified by the fact that it's pretty cryptic. You only get as much as what the tutorial explains, which mostly pertains to the movement flow. Everything else, you just gotta go out there and figure that shit out on your own. There is, however, something particularly satisfying about just jumping great distances and getting a bird's eye view of the locations. Whenever I see a massive leap like that, I always think about first-person shooter glitches period, and how ragdolls occasionally freak out and just shoot you into the air like a rocket. It is very much on brand. This game's physics, that is. So I don't see many golems yet, which pleases me greatly. Well, speak of the devil. Dude, ain't nothing more terrifying than playing Team Fortress 2 back in the day, and you were up against either a soldier or demo man that had the rocket/nade jump game down to perfection, and you just see one of those coming at you at great speeds, and then you just instantly die as you get slammed with the market gardener. Speaking of TF2, they're actually going to do a big community update for the game. And by that, apparently, it's gonna get plenty of new maps. Cosmetics as per usual, but also some quality of life improvements. It's nice to see that it still get so much love and attention. Well, from the fans at least. Valve, I think it's safe to say that they pretty much given up on it. Like, there's maybe one dude that looks over the official servers, and that's about it. Ain't no one gonna tackle the aimbots, except that one dude that apparently had a hotfix of some kind coded in. For me, TF2 is the online shooter. Like, you always have at least one of those. Whether it be Halo, Unreal Tournament, you name it. That was my jam. And to Valve's credit, when they made it free to play on Steam, that also pretty much pushed me onto the platform. They really knew what they were doing marketing-wise. Now, see, you could say that Epic is kind of trying to... What the hell? That was like bone-breaking sounds. But yeah, you could say that Epic is trying to approach me in the same manner, because they're like, hey, Sean, you know, we got Fortnite, and guess what? Right now you can get the Doomslayer skin. We also got Geralt of Rivia, of Witcher fame, and we happen to know you're really into that franchise, so how about it, dude? Please install a Chinese malware. You know I talk smack about Chinese spyware, but I've had Genshin Impact for like a year, so I'm not exactly free of sin. They absolutely are, Snake, and you know what's even worse? There's peer pressure. Moo, that fella, has been gently nudging me towards Fortnite. All the while, a bad Mr. Frosty appears and he's like, "Hey, Shun, have you ever heard of World of Warcraft, the best-selling MMO of all time? Available for free now on the Blizzard client." Well, like the base game plus some expansions. Oh, it's true, man. Warcraft has some pretty damn good lore. That's one of the reasons to actually enjoy the series as is, not just because they're great strategy games. And say what you want about World of Warcraft, but I think it did a good job of not only retaining that, but adding on top of it. At least from what I've played. Perhaps we should leave the subject matter, however, while Snake is around, because I do believe he has some PTSD to speak of, revolving Blizzard and their IPs. But before we move on, that private server you showed me, it kind of put a smile on my face, because it's like, it was a reminder of my Ultima Online days when private shards, because in Ultima canon, shard is pretty much the default name of a server, because in the game canon, a crystal split and became so many individual fragments that those fragments became worlds of their own. And it just kind of stuck within the community. Which is not always a thing, like, you know, using official nomenclature in everyday use. But, yeah, even a lot of the servers I knew and played on had custom content and great attention to detail, trying to separate themselves from the others. Which, you know, it's one thing when you try to mod a 3D game, but when you get a 2D sprite to work with, and you're deliberately trying to, like, add new, say, weapons and monsters, you're either going to be borrowing assets from other games and hope that they blend in, or you're absolutely gonna spend a shit ton of time hand drawing that stuff on your own. Most obviously have gone for the former solution just because it saves a lot of hassle. I mean, you could join us for the Halo Master Chief Collection when we eventually get to the ones that offer more than 2-player co-op. At this point, I feel like I want to give Frosty some rest time, however, before I urge him to return to Halo. Let's just say he was on the verge of tears by the time we were finishing off C. Like, that was a small boy's world shattered. It's like if I approached a little boy Frosty who was just eating an ice cream cone and be like, boy, I sure love this strawberry vanilla chocolate combo, and I'm casually just like slapping it out of his hand, and he watches in horror as it lands on the sidewalk. Listen, he knew what he was getting himself into. Now, the fact that he had some pink tinted glasses on while playing Halo 1, that's not my fault. Pink tinted, and I think it's rose tinted. Yeah, that's the expression I'm looking for. It's okay, my guy. We all have video games like that, which we thought we knew well as kiddos, but then we grow up, come back to them as adults, and we're like, you know, perhaps this is not the masterpiece I thought of as a wee lad. Yo, what's up, Golden? This came out halfway last year. If you like roguelike shooters where the movement is heavily mobility based, I think you'll find this to your liking. Because, let me tell you, if you want to succeed, you gotta be on the move. You know, besides Devil Daggers, I've seen some folks bring up Cruelty Squad when discussing this game, and that's just such a surface level comparison, because besides like the somewhat trippy visuals, I can't really see much in common between the two. And you know, Cruelty Squad, now that's a whole different can of worms. By the way, Cruelty Squad is on the menu at some point. Twitch is absolutely gonna hate me, because let me tell you, from what I've seen from people playing it, the bitrate goes to hell when you play Cruelty Squad, and you'll know what I'm talking about when you see it in action. However, as a certain Steam user phrased it in their review, Cruelty Squad is a living in Poland simulator, and it's quite accurate actually. Yeah, it might take us a little while until we get something going on here. That's definitely the major downside that I will concur. It's really difficult to kick off early on. I don't think so. I'm pretty much playing with the default settings and also streaming with the default OBS functionality. So there isn't really much that would affect the bitrate on Twitch. Now, if you, speaking of Dreamwild, want to make it look a little, you know, shall we say old-timey, that's where the filter comes in. I've actually played it with the pixelization on the first stream. This is the silky smooth graphics. Which may not have the soul, but it's definitely a little easier on the eyes. Ah, good, we're near the Nexus. It's gonna help me bail out if I need to. Which at this point I don't think I should be too afraid of. I love the fact that even when you're airborne and you shoot up directly above you, you don't lose much velocity. You still get to keep quite a hefty chunk of the momentum you already built up. I think if this game had fall damage, it would essentially kill the gameplay. Like, you can't really expect to play a high-paced first-person slash, well, Hexen-like without giving the player full mobility. It's your starting gear. There are apparently other weapons and sub-weapons you can pick up on floating platforms across the maps, but for the most part, yeah, you're stuck with the sword, and it's only got this projectile shooting capability once you're at 5 health points and above. So yeah, there's not much to build from when starting fresh. Yeah, see? That's the platform I was referring to. Getting on one of these is actually not as easy as you'd expect. The best method I've seen is either using the monster bounce back to launch yourself high enough, or waiting until you get the potion. Oh yeah, speaking of the potion, I did find out that that item has 3 different modes you can toggle between. It doesn't just heal you. No, you can actually select other fun modes, including boosting your jump, which is probably something I want long term. Radio the Universe. What kind of game is that? Is it like a new release up and coming? Hyper Light Drifter. Ooh, that was a fun game. Again, maybe not my cup of tea, but I had fun with it. Yeah, at this point you would call Drifter old school, which is kind of insane to think about, because when they think about old in the games, it's like Fez, Braid, but really those are now dinosaurs, like the forefathers of the ENG industry. Oh, yo. Slammed into a pillar. Need some gubbins. Ah, fuck. Things are not looking too hot right now, boys. So as a lot of you may know, I've been intensely going through Icewind Dale. Currently at the expansion pack, because in terms of vanilla game, I've pretty much reached the point where if you cross a certain threshold, you're gonna be locked into the ending bit, so you don't want to really pursue that unless you're confident in wrapping up. So I went to Heart of Winter, and I immediately hopped on Trials of the Lure Master, which historically is actually, you might call it one of the first pieces of DLC in history, because I think it came out like 2001, 2, and for the time it was kind of an interesting idea, because they made it as an add-on to an expansion pack. Because one complaint people had about Heart of Winter upon release is that it was really short. So in order to adhere to those complaints, and because BioWare wanted to give their B team some work at the time before jumping onto other projects, they're like, well, how about you guys roll out some extra content to Icewind Dale? And that's when Trails of Lure Master was conceived. It's probably one of the most challenging bits in the game, which is kind of a little DLC content. now that you think about it. But, you know, now that I've actually really got invested in Icewind Dale, I have to say, that game has some pretty compelling story writing at times. Whenever I bring up Infinity Engine titles, I always gloat about how personally I consider Planescape Torment to be their peak and one of my favorite narratives, period, in video games. Obviously I hold the Baldur's Gate series in high regard as well. But you know what? Icewind Dale has actually a pretty good story of its own to tell. Even if a lot of it is drowned by dungeon dwelling and plenty of combat compared to the other games. I don't know if I want to get into spoiler territory since Golden wants to play through it, so I'm not gonna. Oh shit. I've been tagged. I'm being peer pressured to buying video games. You know what, it's fine. For KOF 15, I'm willing to pay that price tag. At least, give me an excuse to dive into fighters again. Peer pressure, huh? Well, let me tell you this, young man. In this household, we stand apples. Get away from here with your pear propaganda. Oh, that was horrible. Makes me wonder how I managed to reach 67,000 points. I've never been a pear guy, to be honest. I just didn't find the taste as appealing as apples. That's where I stand on the ancient rivalry. See if I could have landed on that platform. That would have been a good use of this jump. Which sadly wasn't. This is annoying. No, those are a thing? I always knew about the light green ones. I don't know why would it surprise me so much, given that apples have so many different varieties and colors. But I don't know, I guess I was just so much stuck in this mentality of, oh, there's only one pear kind. Now, hate is a pretty strong word. Personally, I would say our interests do not happen to collide. You know what fruit I'm really all about, though? Strawberries. Whenever summer came, as a kid, and you would have those street vendors selling freshly picked strawberries in a simple basket, that's when you knew that shit was tight. You didn't even need to add anything. They were so sweet on their own. Oh, that's the kind of magic you're not able to recreate these days, unless you happen to have your own patch of strawberries, I guess. Honestly, a lot of berries are good. Blackberries, raspberries, cranberries. You could say I'm a berry guy. Yeah. This is not gonna work, so we're gonna have to change our approach and make more frequent trips to the zone. I'm gonna need those frequent upgrades early on if I wanna live long enough to see the end zone again. I'm gonna be real with you, Snake. That does not sound appetizing the slightest, but I'm sure there are rock pear aficionados and they're in the world claiming it's the best fruit in the damn world. And if you cannot get past the toughest stone surface, then you're a pussy. Really? Is it considered like a national delicacy? Ah, so the hipsters of the culinary world got it. Say no more, my friend. Okay. Doing pretty decent. Let's keep this up. 20 is really gonna be a pretty decent starting number. I might be able to buy 2 sword upgrades from that. More, I think. Come on, get the big guys. Alright. This will do. This will do. Whew. Got it. I don't know, man. If you really have to go out of your way to make a product edible, maybe you shouldn't bother at all. Unless, like, the texture is really worth it, but, yeah. Again, I feel that's just people trying to be contrarian. Anyway, we're finally getting a glimpse of a little hub again. Great place to chill out. Lose some of that adrenaline rush before we move back on. And most importantly, we get to say hi to the Stumble Lad again. He is indeed a big cutie. And just because I'm here, we have to live down an old tradition. Well, I say old tradition, but it's really been only forged for one stream, but you get the sentiment. What I mean is, of course, we gotta hang out with our little imp guy and vibe out to this awesome tune. One of my favorite tracks in the game, period. You and me both, little guy. You and me both. Big mood. Big mood and an even bigger bed for us to share and sleep our problems away. See, when I first got the game, I was under the impression that it was gonna be only like this. But then it turns out, no, that is not the main aesthetic. But just looking at these claymation sceneries and characters makes me crave for more Hylics Come on, Mason, man. You can't keep me hanging like that forever. When's the DLC? When's Hylix free? So now that we have a tier 3 sword, killing stuff should be a little easier. And when you can slay enemies easier, that means I can get their crystals way more efficiently and become even stronger in the process. Well, I'm at it. I may as well look for the key in the area, because there's always one in the very first starting zone. The other one you kind of have to look through the 2 optional ones. Although I think it prefers the water temple? I'm not sure if there's an RNG element to it. Eventually TM is a very good way of putting it, because it takes a little while to get there. In that sense, Dreamwild is very much a divisive game, because on the one hand, you have this quick combat flow colliding with the need to hold back for a while, build up your strength in order to hit the end game. So it's not like one smooth line from one point to another. There's like pit stops you gotta take. And to be fair with you, I'm kind of on the fence about that. If this was a more straightforward experience where you just kind of go from point A to point B, maybe that would be a little more approachable. That is not to say I'm not having fun with it. It's just there's definitely factors that are detrimental to the experience in my eyes. Since we were talking about doctors earlier, I actually did go to a dental specialist finally after 2 months worth of waiting. And I was relieved to hear that my teeth are in fact not in dire condition. Like, well, they're not doing too hot obviously, but I don't necessarily have to go for veneers. Should I decide to go for rebuilding mostly my frontal teeth, that might be enough to actually fix the problem and restoring my jawline to its natural state. I might go for teeth whitening while I'm at it, because the doc did point out that if they're gonna have to rebuild the tooth structure, then I have to decide on that from the get-go, because once he's in the process of actually reconstructing my teeth, then it's a little too late for that. and he has to basically pick the color matching my natural smile. So I'm like, I mean, yeah. Why would I want to have goblin color teeth when I can have the Kim Capuan Colgate smile? It probably won't also cost me an arm and a leg, even though dental dental practices do charge a lot for the more complicated procedures. But this should be well within my financial capabilities. I'm glad I've been steadily putting away funds. He's coming back though. He is coming back. In the UK, yes. If you're going for private dental care, the more complex procedures, like say doing veneers, from what I've researched, people get loans for that. Like when I did the math in my head, and also cross-reference with pricing, say back in Poland, I would get what I want in my home country for maybe even 1/3 of the price here. Thing is, I don't really, you know, have the time to spare to take like a vacation off just to go through medical stuff. Especially since we're talking about a couple of appointments here spread over time. And this clinic being like 15 minutes away by bus from my current location definitely helps out. Also, notice how my crystal count skyrocketed. Yeah, those 2 sword upgrades make a difference. And once we buff it even more, oh buddy, oh friend, it'll be a world changer. Yeah, but consider this. I'm self-employed. I make my own insurance, which is essentially putting it out of my pocket. It's an oof, but honestly, when I talked to the dude, he did mention that if I talk with the office, they could possibly arrange me a payment plan without the monthly percentage, so no interest. Couldn't guarantee, of course, but frankly, if it's not too crazy, I might just shell everything on my own, or at least half of it, 2/3. just to make sure I can potentially pay off the rest relatively fast. See, we now got max sword. Health is at 7 points. So doing pretty good. Now we just wanna max out health. And from there we can get the potion. The eye that you saw in the store, it's a compass that locates the keys on the map. However, an interesting little technique I've discovered, at least for the first zone, because the layout resets every single time you enter the hub, so you could technically keep coming back in here, forth, until the temple where the key is placed spawns close proximity. There is absolutely no reason not to. There are no repercussions to abusing your health insurance. It comes with working at the company. It's like, you're right. If it's there and it's covered, go for it. That's the Nexus, and I see another beam. That might be the key. May as well go for it if that's the case. Because I think the portals to the different zones were tinted red. Oh wait, that's not an Nexus actually. Huh. Weird. Didn't know they could appear so close to each other. Alright, let's go on an adventure. Let's try to find the temple. Knock out one goal while I'm at it. I mean, I could technically also try exploring the other locations. It's also a possibility. But I'd rather do that when I'm fully stacked. Because this might not be the most efficient location to grind goblins, but the enemies are not as vicious. Dude, that sucks. On a government job, you get no coverage. What feasible perks did you have from working in that position? What did they give you? Yeah, it's true. And for Western Europeans, they will often go to either Central or Eastern Europe, like Bulgaria, or to Turkey for treatment plants. There we go. medical tourism. Who really do be like that, huh? Slaving away for the government. No, don't do that. You might get a free lethal injection these days in Canada. Ooh, topical. No, but for real, it's ridiculous the extents they're going through with euthanasia over there. To the point where they're like advertising it and even coaxing patients into considering that as an option, even if they like are still content with life. No temple in sight. I wonder if it's a possibility that it doesn't spawn during a certain randomization process. Maybe it's just so, like, off the beaten course that gotta get lucky. What the fuck? Are you for real? You were memed on TikTok? Dude, you gotta pull up the original clip. Please. I need to see that. Nope. It's not a faker. It's the OG Snake Termic himself. I have only seen the screen cap of Snake Tamer with a deeply concerned expression on his face, like a Renaissance thinker, thinking about the next philosophical treaty he's gonna drop. Dude, I got smacked so hard it killed the sound effects for like a minute. Classic video game glitches. What do we got? Like 90? Let's hit 100 and run back to the shop. You know what, I might get the potion while I'm at it and try out the alternate modes. Pros and contras, or literally called pros and cons. Okay, 2 more health boosts and I'll be ready to roll. Dude, that used to be such a hot topic when you were growing up. Talk shows touching controversial subjects at the time, so the classics: euthanasia, abortion, gay relationships, all the check marks. Oh yeah, let's not forget about religion too. And you know what? Somehow people were more moderate with their opinions than what's going on these days. Okay, so I gotta find gubbins to fill this vial up. And yeah, as you can see, it's changing colors when I press shift. And each of these properties gives me a different effect. So how about we try the jump one? Yeah, it's a pretty good leap. Oh, don't get me wrong, people would argue for the sake of arguing and making, you know, a statement, but not to the point where they like dehumanize each other these days for simply having another opinion. Where is that blasted key? I don't need it like now, immediately, but it'll be nice to have, and thus tick one item off. You like how I'm able to shoot these flying pests with one magical projectile now? Me too. It's a very satisfying feeling. Also, 2 to 3 rounds to down a rock golem. Feels good, man. Might have to try my luck at another location. Because so far I can't seem to locate an item. Yeah, I could have picked up the eye and make it way easier. But given that the Goblin's cap increases for each upgrade and or item you pick up, I have to farm even more of them. So would rather cut out the middleman. It appears another reset might be in order. Uh-oh. Playing with fire here. Never get too cocky. That's what we like to see. Gimme all of those pink, shiny stars. Now then, do I have enough to get both final health boosts? Where did you post it? On Bebo? Alright, I'll see it when I'm offline because I don't want to put you on blast on stream. No. 15 more. Okay, that's not bad. Wait a minute. Have I even picked these up from here? No! I completely forgot about these. Well then. That does it then. we got the health, we got the attack power, we got the potion, so time to grab the keys and attempt to tackle the endgame again. But do you deserve the roasting you get? So he says. Are we gonna have to pull up the receipts, guys? What do you think? We could go to the purple area. You know, let's do it. I've only been there like once, so it was nothing. Now this is cool. Get a little floating spectral mogus pursuing me, and these Minecraft-looking orbs. Yeah, what's up, Telf? Oh, trust me, there is flying. If you get launched by an enemy with the recoil, you will be soaring through the skies. Wait, orange? Is that the portal back or something else entirely? Oh shit, I got stuck on the gate. Oh, that could have been terrible. Yeah, there you go. There's the flying. They really don't like me around here. Is the impression I'm getting. Gate over there. See if it's something else or the same location. There's not a lot of zones in the game, from what I understand. Purple. That brings me back, pretty sure. So yeah, I think we want to go to the orange one. Maybe it's a location we haven't been to before. Let's see. Have a look-see. Whoa. Yo. Arid Sulfur World. Wow. This is new. What the hell are you? I love the aesthetic. Something about those floating faces with the orbs surrounding them make them look like classic video game mobs. And that's just one of those giant grown head crabs from Half-Life. Forget what was it called. Oh, thank you for that. What a strange, bizarre universe this is. Oh boy, if you fall down, you're gonna have trouble getting up. Gotta find the right landscape. Oh shit, wasted my potion. You know what? You're right. And it is way more primogens than I have ever received in Genshin. Okay, there's the Nexus. Probably wanna swing by. Get another potion vial. Oh fuck. It's so easy to get stuck here. Oh fuck! Fall down. Ooh, there's a mean spot. Whoa! It's okay, we can get back from this. I don't want to say that, but shit balls. Is that a temple? Over there? Might be. Oh, I think I might have to kill one of these to get some health back, which is gonna be painful. With no projectile to speak of. There we go. Oh, what do we have? You son of a... Let me in. Let me in. Oh. Oh, the sheer recoil. Phew. Well, that gave me a dopamine rush. My good sir, may I have another flask from your fine establishment? Thank you. Alright, I think we wanna go to another place that is potentially less lethal. Like just straight up navigating the canyons is a risky game. If we're talking about gacha, apparently Fate Grand Order is one of the most notorious ones where they give you jack shit. It even makes Genshin look generous in comparison. But I'm gonna be real, after Genshin I'm not gonna touch anything else from the genre. At least Genshin looked and played like a video game. That's the one compliment I can give it. Okay, so when you run up sharp slopes like these, there's really not a lot that you can do to climb out of a crevice as such. Maybe with enough speed? Or if I glide around like that? Really, my best bet is just hoping the enemies launch me. Yep, because I pretty much just lose everything. Maybe there's another way out. An easier one. Oh, wait, I could probably use the potion. That helps a little bit. I immediately fall down. Need to find a portal. See, two hub transportation devices. What the hell else? That's such a blue ball right there. Nope, portal. Take me home. .002%. Oh. Anyway. Another great area. And it also has one of my favorite tunes as well. Literally called Wet Song. Also, the enemies in this game are like peak vaporwave. We got the PC crabs. The CRT sharks. And this thing. The shellfish communication tower, I suppose. Okay, so we got a platform over there. Maybe it's got a cool weapon we could check out. Kinda out of the way though. I would not be surprised in the slightest, Snake. When I was playing through Hypnagogia, post-game you can unlock the New Game Plus hub, where you have the author's notes on each individual level he crafted. All of them were dream-based, and some of them, as he states, were, as you say, fever ones. It's always a fascinating read going through someone's dream journal. Like a little look into the workings of the inner mind. I'm not getting anything on these keys though, which is upsetting me. Maybe I should have gone for the compass. Dude, if I got stuck in a location like this in the Dreamverse, I would be just soaring through it myself. I have achieved some degree of success in making myself fly in the Dreamverse. Although you know what's always the most convoluted process? You're trying to convince yourself you're dreaming without losing your sense of awareness and the dream just fizzling in the process. I hate that. Because I can never fully understand if I'm really in control or just gaslighting myself and the dream is still playing out as it wants. That looks unique. A black gate. Oh no. I'm taking back here. Huh. So any portal that's not coded as the ones leading to the temple and those weird trippy purple fields will just lead you over here. Good to know, at least. Oh, what do we got here? Oh, it's just out of reach, sadly. That's an interesting looking structure. Had really nothing going for it, but cool set piece. Oh, barely made it. No. The color saturation is way off the charts for this to be even remotely akin to Series M3. Oh, back to here. This is the most portal jumping I've done per run. Coven looks great. I've been following the dev for a while, and it's shaping up pretty nicely. Definitely has a chance of becoming the next well-received boomer shooter homage. I might actually have to get the compass, because let me tell you, I have had no luck with any search on my own. Good thing at least every zone is guaranteed to have a way back to the hub. Oh, well, at least this way, when I get the vial again, I'll have all 5 charges at my disposal. Everyone say something nice about the fall fella. So I started watching the record of Lotus War OVA recently. Kinda because I wanted to check it out for the longest time, but also I want to get to that Team Ladybug game at some point. And you know what? This is probably the most D&D anime I've seen in a minute. Like, it just hits all the right bells. That's the TV series, isn't it, Dine? I've been told there are like two different interpretations of the source material, but both are legit and worth checking out of their own. Oh no, he's gonna say it. He's gonna say the line. Alright, so the way this eyeball works, it's a compass to where the keys are located. If there's no key in the zone you're in, it's just gonna freak out and lead you nowhere in particular. But at least I'm gonna have a better idea of what I'm meant to be doing. No, it's just telling me to keep going onwards. So that's what we're gonna do exactly. Oh, there we go. One key get, and now we can move on to a different location. We could go for where we started. I think it's almost always guaranteed to have a temple. Either that or the water zone. Not sure about any place else. First I gotta earn enough gubbins to pay the entry fee. Look at them piling up, and the blue ones are worth more. Which one is that? Yeah, I kinda needed something new to check out after Bocce, which I know people are gonna be sighing and raising their eyebrows, but look, out of like all the new gen shows that this has come out, is the most palpable one. What, you mean the Halo co-op didn't already tip it over? Now listen, Dine. Listen, now you're the one overstepping some boundaries, although you know that purple-haired bassist that's perpetually drunk? Where can I find me a woman like that? Dine, every kind of socially dysfunctional woman is your type. I can fix her, bros. There's the line. He said it. You know what, Golden? I really don't mind the differences in the way we celebrate God. Unless you're like an evangelical weirdo, taking it to a whole new level. At that point, well, I don't think Frosty would get along with anyone, really. Oh, by the way, speaking of religion, did you know that Mo Bible Verses had her account reinstated on Twitter? That's right, we're gonna get a new wave of lovely takes and wholesome Christian posting. That's the one. That is the one. It's let me pull up link. I have very mixed feelings about this account because on the one hand, I find the anime memes funny, but on the other, this is a KGV heavy promotional account, which often clashes with other branches of Christian faith, and that kind of puts me at odds with this person's mentality. Anyway, as you can see, the compass in game is freaking out, which means we got no key. Interestingly, for once it did not appear at the beginning stage. Oh no, I meant KJV, as in the King James Version of the Bible. Which, funny enough, I own both that and the Millennial Edition. So I have two interpretations of the Holy Scripture on my shelf. I'm pretty much sure I told you guys this story, but my neighbor from downstairs, when he was on a job, he noticed a bunch of books being tossed out, and among them was an example of the Holy Bible, and he's like, I'm not like super religious, but do you want to hold on to this? And I just looked at that and I'm like, yeah, this ain't the Bible I grew up with, but it honestly would feel real strange for me to just check it out. So yeah, it has a cozy place on my bookshelf right now. Right, we We got two possible options here. Either we go to the Acid Sulfur world, and that's where the key is gonna be, which wouldn't be ideal, mind you. Or it's somewhere in the water area, which I would probably like to check out first, if I can. Faith was one of my favorite games to stream, and easily one of my favorite video games, period. When Erdorf tweeted out that he had like people complain to him, not just the religious folk for possible blasphemy, but atheists as well, because they consider it too preachy, that's when I knew he got it right. That's when I knew it was truly a good video game, because if it manages to invoke such a reaction from two completely opposite groups of people, the narrative is solid. I don't either. In fact, I wouldn't even know where to consider it blasphemous, because it's literally the journey of a preacher who lost his faith, and by the end of the game, he reconciles with Christ. Oh no. Oh no. I'm about to lose my faith in a moment. Yeah, and a new tome. So at least we got lore. Nah, it's fine. I got too greedy, honestly. I'm gonna try one more time to go as far as I did. If anything, I'm already pretty pleased that we got to see a completely new zone and experience something new the game had to offer. We are gonna have to fight for our life though again, sadly, until I get some upgrades going. Clutching. Really clutching. I swear, those sparkles are like Minecraft sound effects whenever you collect a gubbin. Notch confirmed for using royalty-free sound effects. Fucking cheapskate. Well, to be fair, that was before he started earning millions from that Microsoft deal paycheck. I wonder, do you guys have anything new to say after all this? Nah, not really. But we are gonna be peeping the library and indulging in lore. Where they got a pretty hefty amount. I believe these two now ones to my left and right are new. Several sprites cried out. They threw themselves at him, even though the eldest daughter screamed for them to stay back. Those that managed to reach him simply were not. They touched him, and never were. He moved forward, completely unfazed by the attempts to stop him. Finally, he came to a stop, standing in front of the Arc Sprite, gazing directly into her eyes with an unfeeling and passionate stare. He rushed out, cradling her face in his hand. In a moment, he was gone, taking her with him, whisking her away to a place she would never return from. The Arc Sprite turned to the eldest daughter, but there was no warmth from her gaze. All that remained was churning, unbridled motion, unchanging chaos. The beach had become the sky, the ocean had become a sand. Silently, the eldest daughter clasped her hands together and spoke words, terrible words. Words she had hoped to never speak. And like that, the body of the Arc Sprite was gone, just as her mind. You get a free audiobook experience whenever there's a lot of reading in game with minimal voice acting, and that's when my vocal cords are put to the test. But anyway, all this stuff that we've been reading on, it's pretty much the creational myth of this universe, and a lot of it pertains to what we learned from the little imp fella in our bedroom, who I believe is one of the followers or kin of the Arc Sprite, so poor fella's just reliving the good old days. This one should be fairly easy to reach if I can hold my ground here and get a good enough boost from a mob. Well, I say that, but I may as well get killed in the process this early on. With base health. Oh yeah, me too, dude. I mean, it's a little better if I take my time and go slower. But, you know, I don't want to spend long minutes just going through a single paragraph. you go. Or better yet, pretend you're Porky Pig. That way, even instances like this can be excused. Hold on. I'm gonna need to mute the game for a minute for this.
Gun. You thought I was gonna say son of a bitch, didn't you?
Dude, Disney did not play back then. Nor Warner Bros. It was different times. When I think of the days when the infamous Bugs Bunny cartoon, where he shoots a bunch of Indians while taking them off like days in a prison, and then in the middle of it he's like, that one was a half-breed, and I'm like, oof, that would not fly today. Oh, that is true. You know, as much as I've been enjoying those freaking Dag of voice samples using the AI, we actually did touch with Frosty about that during Halo. That is such a dangerous field to play with. I think I stumbled upon a tweet by Mark Pollitt today, Eggman's voice actor, where he's like, you know, I'm kinda not okay about this appearing on YouTube. How do I react? Do I kindly ask people to just take this down, or... Oh, there's gonna be laws and regulations once this becomes so mainstream that the government steps in and begins to regulate it. It's already reaching dangerous grounds with porn deepfakes, which I did find out are a thing. Like, there's an actual paid service you can go to that will create such content for you. It's wild, man. Right, we have a pretty decent start so far. We're getting a lot of crystals, so I should be able to max out my attack in no time. Might get an extra health point to carry me just in case. So, you know, maybe this will be the run? Maybe? Possibly? Now, where is the Nexus? Where's the hub? I like how the one time I managed to pick up another weapon is the frickin' skull grenade that instantly detonated me. That is so me. It's not even funny anymore. Actually, you know what? It's always funny. What I am even saying. What would be the appeal of these streams if you didn't get to see my poor life decisions? I'm gonna have to get the compass. It's kind of a 50-50 situation, depending on the RNG. Whether I get lucky enough with the spawns. Get it right now. Get it while it's cheap. Dude. Never forget Temple OS. In an alternate timeline, this would be the OS everyone would be using, and that would be our new Bill Gates. If you need a refresher, then the Frantic Knudsen video is the one, man. What an interesting character that guy was. Such a trouble and yet ingenious mind at the same time. It's fascinating to think about how so many creative minds are the ones that have also some like deep-rooted issues. The human brain is indeed a mystery. So there's definitely a key we can acquire here. And I can really see the outline of the temple. Well, that depends. Have you ever tried questioning him about, I don't know, the issue of God? Or the theory behind black holes? You never know. Maybe he's a aspiring physician in his free time. No, not physician. That's a different profession altogether. What am I thinking of? Physicist? I mean, was he wrong? It's a free bucket. It may as well have been sent there down from the heavens by the Almighty himself. Oh wow. The recoil on that. Oh, these eyeballs almost fucked me over big time. That was gonna be a good opportunity to stack him on health. Could be a trap. Watch out. The guy's like 70 level rank. KOF Pro. Who mains random select. Right, and now we play the game of I swing by this little altar and farm more currency. Everyone's favorite. that might do it for now, actually. I mean, I'm gonna probably have to farm a lot more. Don't wanna... go full on. 12 hit points. Is the Majora's Mask still horny for the Golden Knight? Yes. The bling armor is working in ways I did not anticipate. Hello, Fitz. What a fortunate time for you to tune in. This is just the FGS meetup on the VC on a Friday night. Oh. Gotta get more crystals. What if I went to, like, say, the water temple and farm resources there? Might go faster. My survivability with saving HP is way more likely. I see you've been indulging in some Persona 5 bits. Is that your first playthrough? What are your first impressions? Is it your first Persona game? Or another venture into the series? Here we go. Let's see if we got something going on. Oh, dude, I'm like a fledgling baby compared to some of you folk. With only Nocturne under my belt. But after Icewind Dale, I think I'm gonna go for Persona 4. Nocturne was a good time though, I'll admit. For like a entryway into Shin Megami Tensei, I'd probably recommend that to people. No temple here, so water area is a bust. Hopefully the purple lands yield no results. So what would you say is your favorite Megaton game? Right, so the acid sulfur zone returns. If that's a constant from now on, oof. I'm not gonna have a great time doing key hunting over there. However, I am gonna use this opportunity to quickly upgrade my health from these fellas. Away with you, vintage technology. SMT4 is definitely getting a peep sometime. Not sure if I would do that after Persona 4 immediately, given that my backlog is already stuffed as it is, but I would call it high priority for sure. Actually, SMT5 is also there, but I would like to play them like in order, going through 4 and Apocalypse, and then striking 5. So yeah, it's a hefty laundry list of games that's just expanding and expanding. Okay, one more health upgrade and we'll be maxed out. Yeah, I have a couple of months ago. Kino fucking game. Really enjoyed it, and I didn't mind get instructed on how to get the true ending because it was absolutely worth looking that shit up. But that's the kind of game you would play with a guide anyway, just to make demon fusions less confusing. And way more approachable. Oh, wait. It's pointing me to a direction this time. Did we get a temple spawn upon resetting? That'd be pretty base, if so, because you could just abuse the game in your favor. Yeah, look at that in the distance. Perfect. That means I can go for the final health boost and the potion. And just make my way to the final area. Honestly, I don't feel bad about using guides in complex games like that anymore, because after you play through a game blind, especially from a modern perspective, and then start reading up on what you've actually missed and what could have enhanced the experience, I've grown to don't care about spoilers in that sense. Especially when it involves some super cryptic shit that only a few people are likely to find out on their own. Oh, look at that skybox. Beautiful. This is a cozy place. Even if it's infested by these weird aquatic life / retro technology fusions. You know that thing with the CRT monitor? That could be a SMT demon. It really does, especially like early on Megaton designs were a bit more surreal, I would say. Modern ones, yeah, they can be kooky, unusual, but I think, especially early on into the series lifespan, they went like super out there with the demon concepts. Shin Megami Tensei, the only franchise where you can canonically hear Mothman telling you to suck his dick. Okay, maybe not like literally, but something of that tone. Doesn't like Nekotama in SMT5 call the protagonist like a weeb loser when he tries hitting on her unsuccessfully? Yeah, Nekomata, then ninja like cat girl. Nekotama. Yeah, I know English. Yeah, I can speak human tongue. Boy, don't play sass with me, you know what I meant. Alright, I literally need like 6 gems. Get the potion and I can move on to the end game. At least attempt it. Man, that fucking scene in Nocturne where a bunch of cultists tries to summon Mara, but they absolutely botch the process. And the demon they summon to help them out. What the fuck was it? Baphomet? He like explicitly tells them, this is not gonna work. You're gonna fuck shit up. And they summon like a giant blob, vaguely penis looking, that still happens to be really strong. That was great. See, that's the kind of in-game humor that you can chuck in between all the seriousness that I appreciate. Like, yeah, the world has gone to shit and it's turned into a Mad Max apocalypse, but with demons and spirits of the dead. But yeah, we can squeeze in a little joke here and there. Got what I need, so what I'm gonna do now is grab the flask, come back here for a charge, and then move on, which is kinda the way, but trust me when I say it's gonna make ascending the tower a little easier, because I'll have the means to make it so. Yeah, ignore this ancient entity that is contractually obligated to assist you and is giving sound advice. Where here's the thing. Humans are openly disregarded in the post-apocalypse scenario in SMT. So you really, besides the main characters, only have mannequins, which are artificially made humans to act as slaves. Really? Well, I must have gotten my lore mixed up, but I was distinctly under the impression that they were like created just for the purpose of serving the demons. But I guess in the canon of the game that makes way more sense, since the demons don't really give a fuck anyway. Right, I'm gonna deposit these 16 goblins, which may not seem like a lot, but at the potential start of a future run, which we might not have to do if this one turns out to be okay. Wish me luck, little guy. I'm gonna need it. Right, here we go. We can't dawdle here. We gotta go straight for the tower. Sadly, I think my charge is reset on the potion. Oh no, there we go. Now I can activate it. I want the jump in case I start fucking up on the moving platforms. Here's hoping we can get it done in one single ascent. Well, that could have been poorly. Teleports in front of you. Oh boy, already messed it up. Need a heal. Oh shit. Oh, the recoil. This is so rough. Might save it. Maybe. I gotta get up that thing. For sure. Oh, fuck. Basically, you try to become powerful enough and collect 2 keys to get to this area, so you can climb up the tower, and then I don't know what happens after that, because it's pretty rough, and I didn't manage to make the climb yet. But I assume it's endgame content. One potion charge, please. 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 This is so obnoxious, though. Like, how am I supposed to get by all this shit? Like so? Okay, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Land on top. Land on top, please. Please, 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 please. Yes! Oh. Fuck me. Oh.
No.
Sadly, I can't afford anything from the shop, but nice to know it's here. He being K, being Impulse. He is truly everywhere. The earth two dancers, the home of a friend, the trade and movement of money, the exit and entrance. He washes us clean of all of this, for he is truly everywhere. What lies beyond the bridge? Hey! Look who this. That portal behind me. It's a slowed-down version of his theme. The real lo-fi beats. It leads to where she is. The Arc Sprite. Even now, her influence over the Dreamwild spreads. If we don't do anything, soon everything will be destroyed. She's alone in there, suffering. Please. Please put an end to this. I'm tired of running away. I can't ignore this anymore. But please, don't let her suffer. Take it easy, little man. I'll be back. I think it is. Yo, cutscene? First one since the intro. What the hell? Dreamwild progenitor, Undream Weaver, infested dream body. It looks like the final boss of Xenosaga Episode 1. You know, the giant whale thing? I guess I targeted hearts? Oh. Oosh. Did I just get... Oh, I was gonna say... If that ended me dying, I'd be... Oof. But yeah, this song kind of slaps. Oh yeah, we gotta damage the hearts. Nice, you get a boss fight. It's a cool gimmick. Ooh. You swoosin'. Gotta pay attention to where the enemies are so I can get a health back consistently. Definitely want that with the boss lunging at me every so and then. What's that? I'm concerned. Oh, that's where he targets. Gotcha. We got some mini guardians now. Alright, another hard gun. Actually use one more. Let's go. Get the blue crystal while I'm at it. Because that's gonna give me much needed health here. Oh dude, if he pulls off a phase 2 on me, I wouldn't be surprised. Really cool endgame area though, I gotta say. I love this. Got it. Now what? Oh. Is that the... I think that's the portal. Let's go. Ooh, where does this go? Is this truly the end, or more awaits? Ooh. Could this be the Arc Sprite? If so, she is mad. Infected Dreammind. With a freaking health bar, too. From what I see, these things heal me up. So yeah, I wanna keep a consistent refill. Thanks for that. Yo, this is pretty sick. Come on, we're almost there. Got her. At long last, reunited. Oh. Truly, we were the Dreamwild all this time. You've done it. I knew you could. I have to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thanks to you, she's finally at rest. And for a second, I even saw her. Just as she used to be. Sorry, I was just lost for a bit. My mind's clear now. Feels like the first time in forever. You've got a weird look on your face. Oh, I guess I have changed a lot, huh? What the fuck? Is that a known issue with Persona 5? Or was it just happening on your rig? That sounds weird. But don't worry, I'm still Gopher. Name drop. Never told us that. Just now, the Dreamouts have chosen a new Arc Sprite. And you are the one? It's funny. I never really thought it would be me. You know, even before everything happened, I never really did much. Everyone called me lazy. They told me I didn't care enough. Well, doesn't that hit close to home? I guess I don't have that anymore. It's gonna be busy from now on. But I'm gonna tired of being still, of being cooped up. I'm ready to stretch my arms. And boy, does he have long arms to stretch now. Like, look at the length of those stretchies. You, on the other hand, need to rest. Everything from now on is thanks to you. I can't wait to show you everything in the Dreamwild's trademark. But for now, it's time for rest. Real rest. Real sleep. Go on now, my knight, and dream sweet dreams. Later, my man. Enjoy your new position. Meanwhile, I am hitting the sack, because boy, was that a long day. Me on a Friday night knowing I have the weekend for myself. That was great. Rough game around the edges in some aspects, which I've already extensively covered doing the 2 streams, but man, this endgame was a great payoff. Really worth trying to make the journey again. Even get a nice completion rank. Congrats. Oh, that's like a Amiga game credits font if I've seen one. And then you see the humble list of dudes who worked on it. Let's see an Ankaran. Well, hold your horses. We just put the guy to sleep. I think that he deserves a little nappy time after all that's transpired. Actually, you know what? Never mind, because we gotta see if we have any new content unlocked. Especially in the game hub. I mean, my upgrades have carried over. The other visual type? We've seen it, but I can bring it back. It just adds a little extra crunch to the game. Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's the spice. Now we're playing Cruelty Squad, kinda, sorta. I too like looking at vomit. Okay, so I don't think progress is necessarily carried over because I have my starting points. But I definitely feel like I have the same number of gubbins. Well, regardless, I gotta go back to the hub and have a peek at, you know, what new stuff we got over there. Please don't do this to me. Of course. Of course. Well, no matter. We got the prompt anyway that there's new content. It is weird, and I absolutely love it because of that. This is my jam right here. Ooh. What's this? Ooh. Huh. These pounds weren't there before. So there's gotta be a catch to those suckers. Then I guess we gotta find them and see what they do. Oh, we probably gotta, like, activate them in an order. This tome is new, for sure. The eldest daughter looked around, now alone in the room. She sunk down to the ground, her breath catching in her throat. She wanted to scream, to cry, to make any noise, but nothing came out. The eldest daughter lay there on the floor, silent tears streaming down her face. Her head pounded and her body ached. Why had this happened? Did she do something wrong? She cursed herself. Why hadn't she tried to do anything? Why had she tried to stop him? Nothing made any sense anymore. Even the world around her seemed unreal, warping, a nightmare visage of its former self. She found herself floating in a void, a lack of thought. How long had it been? Was it years? Days? It felt like an impossibly long amount of time had passed. Oh, you know what? Maybe this wasn't a little dude along. A little dudette, in fact. The imp that's been here all this time. It would make sense because, well, she pointed out that she's been in this castle for a very long time. Yeah, no problem, buddy. Thank you for sticking around. It's been a pleasure. I'm gonna see what these pylons do. Since we do know that we in fact have some extra post-clear content. So there's at least 4 of these. What about by the gate? Do we also have one? Yes. Okay, we gotta do this in order. So there's gonna be a lot of running back and forth, but the payoff will be worth it? Question mark? We're just gonna refer to these by totally made up names as I'm traversing. So we kick off with the boys, and now we gotta establish the next in line. Probably the gatekeeper, or rather here. I may as well make a note while I'm at it, so I don't forget on the spot. Bedroom entrance is second. Is it just me, or are there new layers to the songs now? Yeah, I think so. Yo, this track didn't go as hard before. Okay, so what would be the third? Shop. So either the water fountain or the gate. It's gonna be a gate, so let's do that again. I'm excited. You don't normally get to interact with your safe space besides just briefly talking to the NPCs and restocking at the shop. So this is a much needed layer of interactivity. Gate, and we should be able to finalize with the fountain. What will that do? Who knows? Fountain. It's all the... Oh! Secret zone? What the hell? Suddenly we're playing Sanitarium again. The Aztec bit. What is this? Is that the antagonist? Weird. I look on the beach and see a small black form. A first pair of eyes looking back from on the beach, and I feel it coming. A new... Oh, well, fuck me, I guess. Did we just get some backstory? I think we have. Maybe it's unlocked as a tome if I conk out now. But anyway, thank you for the clip, Frosty. Let's let me try to put that on screen so we can analyze it. Okay. It's gonna be a little tough to make out, but I look in the beach and see a small black form. A first pair of eyes looking back from on the beach, and I feel it coming. A new way that I will never be. A way that I can never see. A thinking that rends my soul and cuts my flesh. And I don't want it. And I need it. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Feel me hold you. Huh. Well, I think we just had a look into the antagonist's mind. And why he did what he did. Interesting. Lore. Would I get anything from doing it again? I wonder. Though I mean just using this opportunity of downtime to recover my voice. Oh, so strained from tonight's challenges. Apparently I can commute with the cosmic horror again, so let's do that. Oh, the horror's eyes in the background really make this though. Gaze into the eyes of madness. No, it's the same text. still very cool. Hmm. I wonder how you would go about unlocking the final tomb. Maybe now that I've done this, when I die, it will unlock? Let's see. Because otherwise there's probably like a tricky requirement to obtaining it. Alright, come on. You can do this. Come at me, bro. No. So... there's something else that I'm missing. However, we are potentially talking about another long investment into the game. So, you know what? I'm pleased to stop it here. What can I say besides, if you like what you've seen, go buy this game. It is 100% full-on recommendation from me. I didn't expect to be disinvested in it. It definitely could have gone either way. But I'm glad I went through with it, because that ending and the post credits bit absolutely made it up. So with this, I thank you all tonight for coming in. Next time we'll probably come back to Yakuza. And what else? Again, I think I will let Frosty take a breather before we tackle Halo again. So I guess I'll look into some other games from my library we can check out. So, in other words, stay tuned and I'll see you all again. Take it easy, guys.